opportunities in the future to meet with this group. The next day, I was in the California Institution for Men in Chino, attending the University of Southern California Gould School of Law Post-Conviction Justice Project. I had attended one of these events just the month before. This one was different in that it focused on monolingual Spanish speakers. And so this event was really directed to helping them understand what's available to them in the parole process. I think for me, probably the most interesting presentation was done by the Mexican consulate, San Bernardino, who spoke about the services that the consulate provides to incarcerated people as they are in prison and also preparing for parole. The consulate also offered a very interesting presentation about what the country of Mexico does for people who are going to be returned to Mexico and the government services that are provided to them upon return. So there may be more opportunities for us as a board to learn about those services, and I'll be working with the Mexican consulate to see what we can do on that front. The second part of the afternoon then was spent with a group of about 50 men who are serving sentences, mostly life without the possibility of parole. And this was more of a town hall presentation that was presented by a series of speakers talking about changes in legislation that affect men serving those sentences and what is coming up in the next legislative session. And obviously, there are a lot of questions about the commutation and resentencing regs because it does affect some of these people serving life without the possibility of parole. So it was a nice exchange and a very interesting discussion. Lastly, then, as far as a staffing update, I reported last month that Rhonda Skipper retired from her position as the Chief Deputy for Field Operations. I am pleased to report that Assistant Chief Deputy Commissioner, yes, sorry, ACDC is what the acronym, and I hate acronyms. So Dan Muller has accepted an acting assignment to serve as the Chief Deputy for Field Operations while we look for a permanent replacement for Rhonda's position in 2026. And that is all I have for an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyckoff. We'll now hear a report from Chief Deputy of Investigations, Entry Screening Division, Ryan Yusey.
All right, good morning, everybody. First, I have a couple of staffing changes I wanted to share with everyone. First, I'd like to welcome PA2 Specialist Ignacio Cervantes, who has accepted a position into our pre-release investigations and program placement team. He's actually standing right over there. So, hi, Ignacio. He brings 11 years of state service, having worked as a correctional officer and a parole agent at CDCR. Prior to CDCR, he was a probation officer for Sacramento County for 9 years. He has a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Cal State University, Sacramento, and is a certified bilingual Spanish speaker. Please join me in welcoming Agent Cervantes to our team. Next, sadly, I'd like to announce the upcoming retirements of 3 outstanding IRSD Parole Agent 3s at the end of this month. Maria Garcia, Veronica Serna, and Martin Figueroa are all retiring from the board after many years of service. First, Agent Garcia served for 19 years, beginning at the Division of Adult Institutions as a correctional officer and counselor, and later at the Division of Adult Parole Operations as a Parole Agent 1, 2, and then promoted to the board as a PA3 about 4 years ago. Agent Garcia has been a senior investigator conducting investigations for commissioners, as you are well aware, and has been vital in training and assisting in various areas within IRSD. You're going to miss Maria. Our next retiring staff member is Senior Investigator Veronica Serna. Agent Serna has completed 18 years of state service. She worked for the Division of Juvenile Justice as a counselor and the Division of Adult Institutions as a counselor, as well as parole operations as a PA 1, 2, and 3 before coming to the board a year and a half ago. She's been conducting investigations on behalf of commissioners as well. And prior to that, Agent Serna served 10 years with the San Joaquin County Probation Department. We're going to miss Veronica. And finally, our last retiree this month is Parole Agent 3, Martin Figueroa. With nearly 30 years of state service, he has worked in various positions at the Division of Adult Operations and for the last 5 years at the board. He previously served with BART PD, and he's been over our pre-release program placement unit since he's been here. He's also conducted invaluable outreach and inreach within CDCR institutions and in the community. And he's also spent years helping develop policies related to long-term individuals while at DAPO. He does plan to volunteer some of his time to further reentry efforts upon his retirement. I'd like to thank these 3 staff members. They have all made tremendous contributions to the board. And while we're happy to they get to turn the next page on the chapter of their lives, we will miss them tremendously. And lastly, just a quick outreach update. Figueroa, before he ran out the door, was able to do numerous outreaches this past month at San Quentin, CMF, and meeting with Anti-Recidivism Coalition staff, where he's been able to share information regarding the pre-parole placement program and the process that individuals go through to the community, and then what to expect upon parole supervision. And so that's all the updates, unless there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eads. We'll now hear a report from Chief of Office of Victims and Survivors' Rights and Services, Miriam El Minshawi.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. As we come to the end of 2025 and look back and reflect on what we've accomplished and set our goals for 2026, I did want to remind everybody why the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services was created in 1988. OVSRS was created to provide support and guidance to crime victims in post-conviction processes. Additionally, and equally as important, we are there to ensure that our processes are not only compliant with, but protective of crime victims' constitutional and statutory rights. These rights belong to crime victims, and victims should always be the ones making decisions about how they want to engage with the system. My goal is to ensure that every victim that we serve is treated with fairness and respect and has full agency in how they're involved in post-conviction proceedings, including parole proceedings. As part of reaching that goal for the past year, OVSRS has been updating our policies and practices to ensure that we are providing consistent and responsive services and that we are focused on empowering victims with critical information while honoring their choices. One of the policies that we have recently updated is the BPH representative designation process. To comply with the law and honor victims' choice, my office is now ensuring that we are confirming directly with the crime victim anytime that there's a request from a third party to be appointed as a representative for a victim at a parole hearing. In an effort to streamline the process and make it as burdenless as possible for the victim, we have tried to make the confirmation process easy. The victim can either call or text message the OVSRS analyst that they're working with. Alternatively, we've created a simple form that's fillable, and that form can be emailed or mailed to us from the victim designating their chosen representative. Alternatively, if one of our nonprofit or district attorney's offices is concerned that the victim is not going to reach out and contact us to make the request, I highly encourage them to please contact OVSRS with the victim contact information, and my staff will be more than happy to reach out to the victim directly to confirm the representative designation. This policy, once again, was put in place to ensure that OVSRS is in compliance with our legal responsibility to hear from the victim directly regarding the representative designation, and just as critically, it helps ensure that victims have full agency as they navigate this post-conviction process. OVSRS is also working on updating our website and making it more end-user friendly. We have recently added the escape the site functionality to our website, which allows victims to quickly escape our page and scramble their browser history. This helps protect them and helps make them feel safe as they're using our website. We're also currently updating our website's BPH reservation portal to make it more end-user friendly. So we've taken that down and we hope to have it back up very soon. My office is continuing to offer every victim and next of kin that is registered with our office, OVSRS Victim Support Representative, who's able to assist them during the parole process. This service is offered in addition to the critical support that our DA and nonprofit partners offer, either through a support person or a representative. Each of our agencies have a different role in this process, and our goal is to ensure that victims are offered all of the support that's available to them as they navigate this very difficult and traumatic process. During parole hearings, OVSRS is also actively coordinating with BPH to respond to victim and next of kin issues via our new on-call line that provides a way for our teams to quickly connect and respond to any victim-related issue that occurs during the hearing. On a separate note, OVSRS is still accepting proposals for our Victim Offender Dialogue Grant Program. Proposals for that grant are due on January 9th, 2026, so right around the corner, and we encourage any eligible restorative justice program interested in facilitating victim offender dialogues at CDCR to please apply, and please feel free to contact OVSRS for more information on that. And as I reflect on this past year and look ahead, I've been very grateful to have the opportunity to serve victims in this role and to work with very passionate and dedicated teams from my own OVSRS team to the BBH team, to all the various county victim witness advocates and prosecutors across California, and of course our amazing nonprofits who work in this space, and of course all of BPH commissioners. I'm honored to be part of this community, and I look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with all of our stakeholders and partners to accomplish our collective goal of improving the process and honoring crime victims and their rights. Wish everybody a happy holiday season and a prosperous year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. El-Menshawi. Does any board member wish to request an agenda item for a future meeting? Hearing none, we will now hear comments from the public regarding general matters related to the board. We're not taking comments on cases right now. You must be on the speaker list to make a comment. You can be added to the speaker list by calling area code 916-267-0857 and providing your information and the case or item that you would like to speak on. Comments concerning future parole hearings are not permitted during this meeting. Please send those comments to the board for inclusion in the materials for that hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes, and there is no opportunity for rebuttal. Please wait to speak until we call your name or identify you by your login information. Moderator, is there anyone seeking to make a general comment related to the board?
Yes. Now we have Vanessa Nelson Sloan for public comment.
Yes, we do. She's here in person.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't say I'm sorry to see this year come to a close. For the first time in several years, the grant rate has decreased markedly in 2025, and never since we've been tracking the grant rate of individual commissioners has the gap between the highest and the lowest been so wide, from 46% to 17% at the end of November. And the overall grant rate looks like it will settle in at about 25%, a concerning 10 points lower than just 2 years ago. What's going on? Well, we've been looking at these relatively poor numbers, and to our mind, the blame for the low number of grant rates, which may not even break 1,000 this year, lies squarely on the use of restitution avoidance as a prime reason for denial. We've talked about this ad nauseum through the months, and I hope to conclude the conversation by saying, Commissioners, this issue is a dead horse. Please stop beating it. The wide variance in individual commissioners' grant rate numbers is a bit more complicated, and we're working on that. Hoping to have some information for your consideration this spring in the areas of false positive drug tests, lack of specific programming for 290s, and the feasibility of detaching from gang activity while remaining on a GP yard. Spoiler alert, the last one is very possible and not at all unusual. Thank you to the board personnel and commissioners for your indulgence this year as we vented, postulated, questioned, and sometimes even backed the process and policies of the board. In January, LSA will be 16 years old, and while I can't guarantee I will be here for another 16 years, I can't guarantee I won't. But we do hope to continue to be a stakeholder in the parole process for as long as VPH is around. Thank you, and see you all next year.
Thank you. Moderator, are there any additional persons wishing to speak?
Yes, Chairperson. The next person we have is Jaime Gonzalez, also in person.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, everybody. Just to come up here, I lose about $200 in work, take long trips, everything, food or hotels and all that. And I'm not looking for applauses. I just please take to what I say in consideration. I'm hoping I'm hoping to get back to my family this Christmas due to the Amtrak and all that. But it's been 30 years since I haven't been with my family, and I really want to make it back. But this is vital. That's why I come here to share this, because it's vital. And I take also many people, even officers and inmates at Free Staff, don't like my message of body cameras to be installed in all prisons. And retaliation can be very likely. But I understand this is a vital issue, and I must push forward with it. There's just been $4 billion allocated to women prisoners that were sexually abused by staff. And I'm saying with less than 5% of that $4 billion, it will cover the cost to put cameras in all prisons and all jails and post-juvenile detention. I've also noticed in history, humans, like anytime there's great movement, it seems like humans like to see blood. And I mean that. I will never get to the level of these people, but I mean that when I look at history from Martin Luther King, from John F. Kennedy, so many people I don't even know of that have made humanity better. And even Jesus himself, like he had to show blood into, wow, that made people, and I look like, what could I give? What could I really give to get this message across? And I haven't been with my family in 30 years, and I'm ready to, if we were to sign right now, like, hey, Jaime Gonzalez, we'll send you back to prison right now. But we're going to make sure we put cameras, body cameras in all prisons and jail and juvenile detention. Sign me up. Sign me up right now, and I'll go back, because this is vital, not for me, but there's so much despair that goes on in there, so much. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Eric Knapp, also in person.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Eric Knapp. I'm a California parolee and a formerly incarcerated person who was found suitable for parole after more than 3 decades in CDCR custody. I want to begin by acknowledging, as a volunteer with Life Support Alliance, the extraordinarily difficult responsibility the board carries. Few decisions are more consequential than determining who is and is not safe to release back into free society, especially in cases involving individuals convicted of sex offenses. I recognize the care and seriousness with which the board approaches those decisions. When parole is granted in those cases, the process doesn't end there. Individuals are then assessed by the CDCR and the Department of State Hospitals for possible sexually violent predator or mentally disordered offender proceedings, including involuntary civil commitment where appropriate. Those safeguards exist to protect public safety, and they serve an important role. For that reason, the issue I am raising today is not with the board's parole decisions or those subsequent screening processes. The problem arises later in how the CDCR's Division of Adult Parole Operations administers sex offender-specific parole conditions after release. In practice, treatment requirements are often imposed indefinitely by default with limited transparency, inconsistent review, and little use of the discharge authorities that exist under law. That creates a disconnect. The board's rehabilitative findings and risk assessments can be diluted by downstream practices that treat supervision as perpetual rather than risk responsive. I'm not asking the board to revisit individual cases. I'm respectfully suggesting that greater interagency alignment and oversight could strengthen both rehabilitation outcomes and public safety. I would encourage the board to consider requesting data or briefings from the CDCR on these practices, and I myself would be willing to provide documentation or perspective if helpful. Thank you for your time and for the seriousness with which you approach this work. Happy holidays, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Chairperson, there are no more speakers signed up for public comment.
Thank you. I will now call roll for the commissioners participating in public comment, deliberations, and voting on the cases on today's agenda. Chairperson is present. Commissioner Barton.
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle,
Present.
Commissioner Dobbs,
Present.
Commissioner Kozel,
Present.
Commissioner Minor,
Present.
Commissioner Dudine,
Present.
Commissioner Purcell,
Present.
Commissioner Ruff,
Present.
Commissioner Sergeant Burns,
Present.
Commissioner Schneider,
Present.
Commissioner Sheffield.
Present.
Please note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person. All other commissioners are excused at this time. We will now hear comments regarding cases on today's agenda. If you wish to speak today, you must sign up on the speaker list. A speaker card is available on the board's website under the tab Board Meetings and the link Meeting Agendas. Alternatively, you can call area code 916-267-0857 and provide your information on the case you would like to speak on. If the case you want to speak on has already passed, you will have another opportunity to speak once we've gone through all cases. For each case, first, we will take comments from those in support of the incarcerated person. Then we will take comments from those in opposition to the incarcerated person. We will call on people either by name provided or the last digits of their telephone number. We will then enable the person's microphone so they can unmute and provide their comment. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Comments, again, are limited to 2 minutes. There's no rebuttal. If you are speaking, please eliminate any background noise that you can. Please note, under Penal Code, public comment is not permitted for item 10, which is Reginald Haley, Haley, D number 65156, because it is a tie vote. Next case is Donald Brooks, H49734, item 11 on the agenda. Moderator, please call for speakers in support of Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do not have any speakers signed up in opposition or support for Donald Brooks.
Very good. Then we will move on to the next incarcerated person. It's Lomavis Kamundwawila, and the last name is spelled, and I apologize for the pronunciation, Comundowilla, J number 78113, item 12 on today's agenda. Moderator, please call for speakers in support of the incarcerated individual.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no speakers signed up to speak in support.
Please call for speakers in opposition to Mr. Kamundwawila.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have Rebecca Hines signed up for opposition. Bear with us 1 moment. Rebecca, if you're with us, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button or pressing *5 on your telephone. This will help us enable your microphone.
You hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. At the inmate's hearing on October 8th, the inmate appeared to have changed and to be ready for parole. However, less than 2 weeks later, he was found in possession of a cell phone, SD cards, and unauthorized spray paint. The inmate attempted to justify the possession of the spray paint with an old authorization form, which allowed him to possess a different spray paint. This deception shows ongoing criminal thinking and manipulation. The inmate made no attempt to justify the possession of the cell phone and the SD cards, short of implying with his questions that they belonged to another inmate, even though they were found in the inmate's one-person cell. The inmate refused to enter a plea to the charge. Despite recent and relevant programming, the inmate continues to engage in criminal thinking and maladaptive behaviors. He no longer showed a prolonged period of positive rehabilitation. His willingness to violate institutional rules and attempt to manipulate the hearing officer shows that he will be unlikely to follow the reasonable rules of parole or to cooperate with his parole officer in his rehabilitation and reintegration into society. For these reasons, the people ask that this parole grant be reversed and a new hearing scheduled so that the commissioners can consider the new rules violations. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, I have no more speakers signed up for opposition for Kamandwala.
Thank you. The next case is Leonard Boone, B-O-O-N-E, V number 27980, item 13 on today's agenda. Moderator, please call for speakers in support of Mr. Boone.
Thank you. The first speaker I have signed up to speak in support for Leonard Boone is Danielle Harris. I believe they're in person.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shall I? My name?
You need to press the, where it says push. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Danielle Harris, and I'm speaking to you today for Leonard Boone. When I met Leonard about 4 years ago now, I had read his old case file, and I did not like what I saw there at all. There is nothing much to like, to say the least. And new to post-conviction work at the time, I didn't know if I much believed in the state's rehabilitative powers either. It has been through getting to know Leonard and a few others that I have become a true believer in what is possible despite even terrible history. Long before that, though, nearly 17 years ago in 2009, Leonard began to sit in the fire, as they say. And he sat and he sat and he sat, and through sweat and tears and a lot of practice and a lot of patience, he is now a CDCR success story. The September 4th panel acknowledged as much after an impressively careful review. And Leonard Boone's story can now help strengthen others' belief in both the transformative capacity of the human spirit and the state's processes to ensure public safety. I want to close by reading a short passage from a class assignment that Leonard did last year, where he was tasked with writing a letter to himself. He wrote, "Don't forget, your family, your friends, your community, and society has invested into your recovery, so make sure they get a return on their investment. Never get too comfortable, for that is when your recovery is vulnerable. You will spend the rest of your life in recovery." This is a man who has been really well prepared to stay on the right path. I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have signed up is Elliot Hossman. Elliot, your microphone has been enabled. Go ahead and begin speaking.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Elliot Hossman, a criminal justice and reentry specialist working with Danielle and the San Francisco Public Defender, and I helped Leonard build his parole plans. In my work over the past decade, I have been in contact with thousands of incarcerated people through this and previous jobs, including the Ella Baker Center. When I first met Mr. Boone in February 2023, I deeply struggled with the horrible facts of his crime and the harm that he had caused. In working with Mr. Boone one-on-one for nearly 3 years now, I have seen a level of change that is exceptionally rare. In every single conversation, Mr. Boone was moved to tears when discussing his past victims and especially his son Hezekiah. We often sat together in mournful silence. I have seen this as a man who understands the gravity of his past actions and who is deeply remorseful every day. Leonard is sincerely self-motivated to remain accountable and to make a positive difference in the world if he is given a second chance. Myself and our office will remain in his accountability circle in perpetuity, ensuring he makes good on the trust and grace offered him by this board. I humbly ask you to affirm his parole grant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have signed up to speak is Guy Anderson. Guy, if you are in the meeting, if you would press *5 on your telephone or raise your hand in Microsoft Teams to allow us to enable your microphone. Bear with us. It looks like he was just joined the meeting. Mr. Anderson, are you with us? Mr. Anderson, are you in the meeting with us? I'm going to go ahead and circle back to Mr. Anderson. The next speaker I have signed up to speak is Rudy Corpus.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
My name is Rudy Corpus. I am the founder and director of United Players, which is a violence prevention development organization designed to provide youth with positive role models and activities to engage in alternative involvement against drugs. I'm familiar with Leonard and his family and the neighborhood he grew up in, and have seen how hard it is for people out of the cycle of violence and addiction. Leonard's change over the years is truly remarkable. Our organization offers monthly mentorship group to support for him in the community upon his reentry. He will gain resources such as employment, peer support, and pro-social activities. Leonard would make an ideal community member and mentor to youth given his experience overcoming so much negativity in his own life. Now making a positive change. My team knows how difficult reentry can be and will be there to support Leonard at every step. Thank you for having me, and thanks for letting me speak. Happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker I have signed up to speak is Jack Jacqua. There was one moment. Mr. Jacqua, go ahead and your 2 minutes begin when you start to speak. You should be enabled here. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Mr. Jacqua, your microphone has been enabled. You need to unmute yourself on your end by pressing *6 or unmuting yourself on Teams. I'm going to circle back to Mr. Jacqua. You may have to leave the meeting and rejoin to be able to enable your microphone. The next speaker I have is John Johnson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. All right. Good morning. My name is John Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of my friend, Leonard Boone. Leonard and I both grew up in San Francisco, but we encountered each other in 2014 at Jamestown Conservation Center. And I get a little emotional, excuse me, because I'm a former LWAP, and so I'm really passionate about this, and Leonard was a big help in my success where I am today. While I was serving life without the possibility, I had the opportunity. The stands out most to me about Leonard is his friendship. And every morning before we went to work in prison industries, we would have meaningful conversations and on different topics. And Leonard would always express to me how that was the highlight of his day. And in those times, it was just so profound to me that our conversations could have such an impact. And he would always encourage me to continue on my path, even though I had life without and nothing to gain going forward. But he encouraged me to share, to open up, and to continue on my path. As thus I'm here today, standing before you. I just wanted to say that Leonard, if he is out today, that I have a great support system here. I work for Organization Healing Dialogue and Action. We are a restorative organization that helps with juveniles, and we go back into prison facilitating groups. And that upon Leonard's release, I will be here for him to support him, make sure he gets all appointments, employment, housing, whatever he needs to be successful, because Leonard has a lot to offer to this world and a lot to the community. And I will be here supporting him every step of the way. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much, respectfully.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker I have is Patrick Demery.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you all for your time. Good morning. My name is Patrick Demery, and I'm an ambassador for the Enneagram Prisoner Project. I'm also a facilitator for the Transformative Justice Institute's Family Reunification Program. With all due respect, my job is to put you out of business by helping the formerly incarcerated return to become productive citizens. I'm here in support of my friend Leonard Boone, who I met in Sierra Conservation Center in 2014, and who I speak to every week. Leonard and I were part of a circle of men who were serving life sentences, but chose to believe in hope. While attending formal self-help groups, taking college courses, and holding informal gatherings on positive change, we wore the label of being weird and crazy as badges of honor. Today, we have over 10 of those men. The majority of those men are free and living productive lives. We formed an accountability and support network that we now call the Second Chance Boys. We're working in reentry, youth diversion, restorative justice. We're fathers, grandfathers, brothers, and sons, and we are productive members of society. I've been given permission by all of those men to assure this board that we will be a support network that he can lean on. We don't have a lot of money, we don't have a lot of resources, but there's not one of us that wouldn't spend our last dollar to help the others succeed. We are on 24-hour call, so we help each other, we support each other, and we know that this man who gave us positive affirmation while we were in, we will give him positive affirmation and support. And I'm very respectfully requesting that you reaffirm Leonard's finding of suitability and allow him to join the group of men that now show the world what redemption and rehabilitation truly looks like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Wanted to circle back to Guy Anderson. Mr. Anderson, your microphone has been enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
All righty. How we doing, everybody? My name is Guy Anderson. I am Leonard Boone's first cousin. During this journey since he's been in, I have seen a big turnaround with Leonard. He has helped me further do myself with security. Also am involved inside cyberspace security. Seeing my cousin go through things, moving us up out of San Francisco into Pittsburgh, California, seen a lot of ups and downs. His parents was gone, and his brothers, everybody's into the streets. He's like the last of the Mohicans. Through close words and lettering, he has been somewhat like a father figure. So we cousins, but he's my uncle. During this time, since he's been in there, I have seen a switch in attitude, demeanor, especially handling life problems. Some of the ways how I can support Leonard Boone is being there to pick him up, making sure that he can get to any type of appointments. I'm also in the middle of opening up a restaurant, so I can be here working outside of urban marketing and outside of dealing with Rudy. These things moving forward. I stay on international. If people rose and get to international, that'll be good. And then we have a family member within 2 block radius. If you need anything, I will be more than likely here. Energy high and to move forward with these types of things that he is blessed to get out, he will have more than the support. He couldn't do nothing but go straight, all the way up. My name is Guy Anderson. That's my cousin Leonard Boone. We have been through so much during these times. And I just would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I hope all is well. Let's keep energy high and move forward.
Thank you, sir. And the next speaker I have is Jack Jacqua. Your microphone has been enabled. Then press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. You're still muted, sir. Go ahead and there's a micro. If you're on Teams, there's a microphone button at the top of your screen. If you're on your phone, it's *6. Okay. Go ahead and try and leave the meeting and come back and rejoin, and we'll circle back to you at the end of all of the list. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support for Leonard Boone.
Thank you, moderator. Now we'll take speakers in opposition to Mr. Boone.
Thank you. We have one speaker in opposition to Leonard Boone for Andy Clark.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Anthony Clark. I'm an attorney with the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, where I've worked for the last 35 years. I attended the September 4th, 2025 parole hearing of inmate Boone. On page 99, line 5 of that transcript, I opposed Mr. Boone's release. I note that the September 2025 hearing was following a previous 3-year denial, which I think was advanced so that a new hearing could be had. In the September hearing, I acknowledged Mr. Boone's progress towards rehabilitation, but specifically opposed his release. I acknowledged the work of the San Francisco Public Defender's Office and the work that Mr. Boone had been doing. Shortly after that hearing, on November 20th, 2025, the San Francisco Public Safety News Agency, an online article was published with a big headline that said parole board frees San Francisco child killer. And in that article, it indicated that Attorney Clark from the District Attorney's Office made remarks which have been a tacit endorsement of Mr. Boone's release. That is not the case. I agree with Governor Newsom's concern that inmate Boone's case requires further consideration to determine his suitability for parole. We opposed his release in September, and we oppose it today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, I have no more speakers in opposition for Leonard Boone.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Crescencio Camasura, BD 1645, item 14 on today's agenda. Please call for speakers in support.
Chairperson, I have no speakers signed up to speak in support for Ms. Camarsa, or Mr. Camarsa.
Thank you. We'll now take speakers in opposition.
Thank you. I have one speaker signed up to speak in opposition. I have Madeline Barbanet.
Hi, Barbante. Sorry, can you hear me?
Barbante, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ready to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I did write a letter, but I'll just repeat the letter. It's pretty short. My concerns remain centered on the public safety, unresolved mental health issues, and the lack of demonstrated change. At the previous hearing, the board raised serious concerns about the absence of clear mental health treatment plan. To date, there has been no verified evidence of consistent counseling, structured treatment, or meaningful participation in programs that address the risk factors identified. We still do not know what treatment has been provided or how those concerns have been addressed. I also want to remind the board that he stated he planned to live with his wife, another woman in his 80s. This is deeply troubling given the fact that the victim in this case was a retired woman close to her family. This raises serious questions about judgment, boundaries, and the safety of vulnerable individuals. Another major concern is the lack of demonstrated change. What has he shown that indicates he is different today? How has he addressed the stress-related triggers that contributed to the offense? If job-related or personal stressors arise again, what evidence do we have that he can handle them safely? He also poses a significant flight risk with ongoing ties and access to valid passport. If he is released or if release is ever granted, I strongly urge the board to ensure he is not released into the general community until a verified, enforceable mental health treatment plan is in place with immediate consequences for non-compliance and that his passport to be revoked to reduce flight risk. So my opposition is based strictly on safety and the need for verified progress. At this time, the risk identified by the board has not been addressed.
Thank you. Chairpersons, I have no more speakers in opposition for Mr. Kamatsura.
Thank you. The next case is Sebron Flenaughg, Flenaugh, E number 92509, item 15 on today's agenda. Please call speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are no speakers signed up in support for Sebron Flenaugh.
Thank you. We will now take speakers in opposition of Mr. Flenaugh.
The first speaker I have signed up is Ronald Keith Hollis Sr., who is in person.
Sir, on the microphone in front of you, could you push the button that says push?
Understood.
There you go.
I'm here in opposition to Flenaugh. He's a mass murderer, convicted of two. Can you hear me?
Well, I can, but they may not be able to.
It was already on.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you. He's a mass murderer, convicted of 2 deaths and shooting of 4 others. One of the victims, my daughter Jennifer Hollis, the other James Disney. They didn't deserve this. They were young people. And I have to say that it's a heinous and malice shooting. One victim took the stand and stated he smiled while he tried to shoot me between the eyes. And in light of his recent statement made by Flenaugh, depicting his choice of victims having been made by intent of racial malice, I don't think he's suitable for parole. We're still discovering reasons for his actions, and we may never know the complete truth. All the victim family and friends have been sentenced to life by trauma that was witnessed or have been exposed to from a violent act of malice. Memory of this hides in the mind. It is never forgotten. It rears its ugly head all too often, bringing back the turmoil of pain, drama, trauma, anguish, frustration. Why? Questions, angers, depression, and more to the point of emotional overload. Sadly, we learn to live with it. Most have not attended these hearings in an effort to forget or just get past and move on. Unless you personally experienced such tragedy, you cannot possibly fathom the magnitude of the unbearable and especially unnecessary emotions. At times, it's overwhelming, unbearable, especially on the anniversary date of the death, the holiday seasons, birthdays, and other family gatherings. The missed opportunities to see your child become a vibrant part of your life and society, stolen unjustly. Flano will never be a productive part of society. In some ways, his life has proven that.
Your 2
from an
minutes have
early
elapsed.
age.
Please conclude your statement.
What?
Your 2 minutes have
Your 2
elapsed.
minutes have elapsed.
Oh, I can't finish?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Nancy Gaines. Ms. Gaines, if you could press *5 on your telephone to raise your hand, this will help us enable your microphone. Or press *6 to unmute yourself. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. My niece Jennifer Hollis is one of the murder victims of Cyprian Flano. I remain in disbelief of the manner in which the hearing on August 21st was conducted, as well as the oversight of many relevant facts. I implore you to read my letter that was written and emailed to you December 21st. I revealed numerous incidences to prove that the hearing was not conducted in an unbiased and fair manner, and in fact, there were many occasions where the prisoner was led by the commissioners. It was Mr. Flano's obligation to convince the board that he is no longer an unreasonable risk to public safety, show significant rehabilitation, remorse, and present a stable release plan, all of which was not done. Regardless of the length of time a life prisoner is found to be unsuitable for and denied parole if the prisoner will pose an unreasonable risk of danger to society. And other circumstances that tend to indicate unsuitability are as follows. Number one, the prisoner committed the crimes in an especially heinous manner, meaning that there were multiple victims that were injured or killed in the same incident. Number two, the crime was calculated and dispassionate. Number three, that the motive is very trivial in relation to the crimes. Number four, if his past and present mental state includes serious mental health issues, illnesses. And number five, his attitude toward the crimes. Mr. Flano's lack of remorse and insight, his untreated psychotic and personality disorders, his rehabilitation efforts he cannot even recollect, the unclear causative factors of his crimes, the failure to address his racist views towards white people, and the fact that his triggers are not in his head make him an unreasonable.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
My last sentence, well, the last part of my sentence is not that his triggers are not in his head, and that clearly makes him an unreasonable risk to society. Thank you, and happy holiday.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Mary Renthouse. Mary, your microphone has been enabled. Please go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself. Mary, are you still with us?
My apologies. The *6 was not working for me, but I got it now. Okay. Time begin. Commissioners, I speak today for one of the 7 victims in this case, Jennifer Diane Hollis, who was gunned down at her workplace by Sabran Flano. This was a targeted mass shooting of teenagers who had no ability to defend themselves. The question before you is not sympathy. It's not time served. The question is risk. The sentencing court intended that Mr. Flano never be released. Prior commissioners concluded that his age and mostly clean prison record reduced his risk, but this conclusion was rightly questioned by our governor because it rests on a dangerously superficial analysis. I'm a clinician, and in my professional role, I assess people with serious mental illness and the risk that they pose when transitioning to less restrictive settings. And I can say this plainly, the absence of violence in a highly controlled prison environment does not mean the risk disappears in the community. Prison removes access and opportunity. It does not cure pathology. Mr. Flano has a decades-long, well-documented history of severe mental illness, paranoid psychosis, personality disorders with antisocial traits. These are lifelong conditions that involve needing intensive treatment, yet he's never even received psychotropic medications. Even more alarming is his mindset. Mr. Flano has repeatedly stated without remorse that this shooting was racially motivated. He smiled and laughed when asked about it. Laughed. During the most recent hearing, when asked if he intended to specifically harm white people, he responded, yeah, obviously. That's not insight. That's not rehabilitation. That's an intact and dangerous ideology. When you look beyond surface compliance and examine the full record, untreated severe mental illness, entrenched antisocial traits, explicit racial animus, and no demonstrated remorse, the risk is unmistakable. Releasing this man would place the public in unacceptable danger. I demand public safety and denial of his parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in opposition for Mr. Flano.
Thank you. Mr. Hollis, if you would like to submit your written statement, that's acceptable. Since you didn't finish it, if you'd like to give it to the commission, we will certainly take it into consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have already been opposed to that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, moderator, the next case is Edward Hernandez, T08239, item 16 on today's agenda. Please call speakers and support.
Chairperson, there are no speakers signed up to speak in support for Edward Hernandez.
Thank you. We'll now move to speakers in opposition.
Thank you. I have one speaker signed up in opposition for Edward Hernandez, is Rebecca Hines.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you. At the recent parole hearing for the inmate, the people expressed similar concerns to the governor. Of significant concern to the people is that the inmate's most recent act of violence in prison was only 4 years ago. And just like with his life crime, it involved his desire to assist his brother by engaging in violent criminal behavior. The inmate, when faced with the decision to react violently or to do the right thing, still chose violence all these years later. Even though the inmate's life crime was directly related to substance abuse, the inmate did not provide any relapse prevention plans for substance abuse. Also, the inmate claimed that he had been sober for a mere 4 years, a claim that is called into question by recent test results. At the previous board hearing, when the inmate was denied parole, the commissioners told the inmate which classes would help him on his rehabilitation. The inmate did not participate in any courses to address his denial management, nor creative conflict resolution, both of which could have helped him make better choices 4 years ago and in the future. Additionally, the people share the governor's concerns about work. The inmate lists his wife as part of his support network, but none of his other support people mention her existence. The people concur with the governor that this improvident grant of parole should be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in opposition to Edward Hernandez.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Jeffrey Jernigan, T number 40512, item 17 on today's agenda. Please call speakers in support of Mr. Jernigan.
Yes, Chairperson. We have one speaker signed up to speak in support, Serena Witherspoon, who is appearing in person. Please go up to the podium and unmute the microphone, and your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Serena Witherspoon, counsel for Jeffrey Jernigan. The governor has asked the full board to assess whether Mr. Jernigan has demonstrated that he has the tools and plans needed to manage his potential stressors upon release and thus mitigate his risk for sexual violence relapse. Before today's hearing, I submitted a letter that outlines the testimony Mr. Jernigan provided on these topics and the board's explicit positive consideration of them in its decision to grant Mr. Jernigan's parole. In granting parole, the panel considered Mr. Jernigan's mental health wellness plan, in which he addresses the exact concerns raised by the governor. He listed tools for how he will manage potential stressors in the community, including continuing his mental health treatment with specific plans for how and where he will do that, exercising, talking to a support network, being of service, deep breathing, consequential thinking, monitoring his thoughts and feelings, and being mindful of his triggers. He also included AA, NA, and SAA as a part of his support network for managing his mental health and stressors in the community. As part of his sexual violence relapse prevention plan, he's identified options for sex offender treatment programs and repeatedly made clear that he will attend treatment in the community. He also provided his coping tools to manage his sexual violence risk, which included practicing healthy boundaries and intimacy in future relationships, consequential thinking, deep breathing, bookending, thought stopping, and talking to a sponsor and/or accountability partners. As the board often notes, a strong, if not the best predictor of whether parole candidates can and will follow through on their commitments to rehabilitation in the community is whether they're doing so in the institution. In Mr. Jernigan's case, that commitment could not be clearer. His record reflects that he's consistently gone to talk to mental health to manage his stressors in a healthy way. He attends SAA and groups to address all of his risk factors, and his laudatory chronos and record of positive institutional behavior are evidence that he has and uses his effective positive coping skills. The board must affirm his grant.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers signed up to speak in support of Jeffrey Jernigan.
Thank you, moderator. We'll now take speakers in opposition of Mr. Jernigan.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have people signed up to speak in opposition of Jeffrey Jernigan. Our first speaker is Marcia Daniel. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Or if you're appearing on Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by clicking the mute button at the top of your screen.
Thank you. I am Marcia Daniel. I am the Deputy District Attorney for the County of Los Angeles. Jeffrey Jernigan forcefully raped a young woman for 20 minutes and tried to sodomize her on a stranger's porch. Days later, he lured a 15-year-old girl into a building at a park where he worked as a security guard, and he forcefully sexually assaulted her. This second crime was not even discussed during the parole hearing. When discussing the commitment crimes with the psychologist in preparation for the CRA, he clearly minimized his conduct and engaged in victim blaming. It is noteworthy that he sexually assaulted a teacher's aide when he was only 15 years old. The evaluating psychologist, who found his risk of sex offense reconviction above average, stated that his risk is tied to his ability to appropriately mitigate potential stressors should he be released. With the assistance of private counsel, he was able to present well-prepared paperwork. However, during the hearing, he was unable to articulate his causative or risk factors, demonstrating a lack of actual internalization and self-awareness of the causes underlying his conduct. Without the internalization of these risk factors, he is unable to properly identify triggers or coping skills, thereby demonstrating that he still poses a current risk of dangerousness to society if released, and his grant should therefore be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Cady. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the mute button at the top of your screen or press *6 to unmute yourself if appearing by phone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning. I was standing in should Marcia Daniel not be able to speak. So since she was able to provide her statement, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Jeffrey Jernigan.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Silas Johnson, T number 63332, item 18 on today's agenda. Please call for speakers in support.
Chairperson, I've been informed that we are going to call on Jack Jaqua from the Leonard Boone. We're going to revisit that as he's returned to the meeting.
That's fine.
Okay. So Jack Jaqua, your microphone has been enabled. If you are appearing via phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself. And your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm sorry for the delay. I have known Leonard Boone. First of all, I'm Jack Jaqua. I'm co-founder of the Omega Boys Club. We sent over 400 young people to colleges and universities around the country. Leonard Boone originally was a student with our program 30 years ago. I have followed Leonard in the process of his stay in incarceration through the years. He has been unbelievably aware of his inner self. He has come to realization through the years of his true greatness, the mistake he made, the understanding of the wrong situation at the wrong time. He has become awakened to the life. We're going to have him come back and have him reach out to young people. I also work in juvenile hall in San Francisco for over 40 years. We have young people that he needs to touch, he needs to talk to, needs to conversate with, needs to plan the futures with, because Leonard has come so far. I very seldom see people come to the point that Leonard has, total transformation, and it's so real, it's unbelievable. I thank you very much for letting me say this, and hopefully we'll see Leonard soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. We will now move to Mr. Silas Johnson, T63332, item 18. Please call for speakers in support of Mr. Johnson.
People who signed up to speak in support of Silas Johnson, please raise your hand using Microsoft Teams or pressing *5 on your telephone, as this will help us enable your microphone. The first speaker that I have listed is Matthew Wade. If you are on video, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. And if you're on phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. And your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Matthew Wade, if you are in the meeting, please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Perfect.
My name is Matthew. Wade. I'm here to represent, speak on behalf of Silas Johnson. I've known Silas Johnson for approximately 5 years. We were previously incarcerated together at Cincinnati State Prison. For 4 years, I've been home for about a year and a half now. I'm also a former lifer. Me and Silas, we worked together on self-help and just spending laps around the yard, just talking about the change and the impact that we wanted to have in our communities, not just the community outside of prison, but the community inside of prison as well. We created groups together, domestic violence classes together. We spearheaded AVP at Cincinnati. He was the coordinator. He was like the liaison, the head dude on the yard for AVP. And he helped me get into those classes and one of the biggest things that I got from Silas was being in charge of someone else's learning and helping teach them about change and growth and things like that. So, and that helped me tremendously. I know it improved Silas' life tremendously to give back to the community. Right now, today, I own a sober living home. I've sent Silas Johnson a support letter that he's more than welcome to come into our sober living facility. I also do case management. I'm a peer support specialist. I'm a drug counselor. Um, I wear a lot of hats, man, and I have employment opportunities for Silas Johnson to come on board, uh, uh, be at the house with me there, as well as, if he chooses, he can actually manage the house. I would trust him with managing my property as well. Silas Johnson, man, is just a good individual, and I would highly recommend that y'all look at the things that he's done since his incarceration, like within the last 7 years, like how he's made changes and impacted this community within that time, and the growth that it has shown.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
You say that. What's the last part you said?
Oh, I said that your 2 minutes had elapsed, and so please conclude your statement.
Oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm finished, man. That's all I had to say. I'm all out of it. I'm all out of air, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Franklin Edmond. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button at the top of your screen, or press *6 if you are appearing via phone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good morning to the board. My name is Franklin Edmond. I've served in law enforcement with Santa Clara County Probation Department for 15 years. I appreciate the board allowing me a brief opportunity to speak. I've known Silas Johnson my entire life. Our fathers were close friends before we were born. So over the time, Silas became more like a brother than a friend. I've known him across decades through many stages of life. I wanted to acknowledge at the outset the seriousness of the offense that brought Mr. Johnson in front of this board. My thoughts still remains with the victims and their families. Nothing I say today is intending to diminish the harms that occurred. While I was serving in the military, Silas often remained in my thoughts. About a year ago, I reached out to him after locating him through the inmate locator, and his response reflected meaningful growth and accountability. He shared that he was nearing the completion of his bachelor's degree program. Seeing proof of that achievement confirmed to me that the work has been done towards changing his life. From both my personal perspective and my professional experience in probation and law enforcement, I believe Mr. Johnson has matured and is prepared to return to society as a responsible, law-abiding individual. He understands structure, supervision, and accountability. If the board grants relief, I am fully prepared to support Mr. Johnson emotionally, financially, practically during his transition, and to ensure he remains compliant with all conditions imposed. Thank you for the board's time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dylan Dunn. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please press the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you are appearing by phone, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I was worried about the technology. So here's my thing. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in strong support of my friend Silas Johnson, and I respectfully ask that he continue to be found suitable for parole. Silas and I have walked a long road together. We met while incarcerated and later became part of the San Diego State VISTA program, connected to San Diego State University. Over the years, I've come to know Silas not just as a peer, but as a mentor, a leader, and who consistently shows up for others. He's had my back, and the backs of many people preparing for reentry, always encouraging accountability, growth, and responsibility. One of Silas' greatest strengths is his ability to turn insight into action. He helped me create and maintain a meaningful bridge between the students in the VISTA program and establish reentry support through Project Rebound at San Diego State University. Together, we work to connect formerly incarcerated students with resources, guidance, and peer support, helping people feel prepared, supported, and grounded as they transition back into society, as I have. Silas played a key role in helping that collaboration function with intention and integrity. Silas understands reentry because he has done the work himself. He meets people where they are, he supports them thoughtfully and leads by example. His leadership is calm, grounded and authentic. He demonstrates maturity, insight, and stability in both individual interactions and group settings. Importantly, Silas does not stand alone. He has the support from San Diego State University, from reentry focused programs like Project Rebound, and from the formerly incarcerated community at large.
Your 2
These are
minutes have
people and
elapsed.
institutions
Please
ready to
conclude your
support.
statement.
Silas has demonstrated qualities. Parole is designed to recognize insight into his past sustained personal growth and readiness to live as a responsible and contributing member of society. I respectfully
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Magazzini. If you're appearing via Microsoft Teams, please press the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you're appearing via phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Magazzini. I had the privilege of representing Mr. Johnson at his parole suitability hearing earlier this year. In the statement of reasons offered by the governor in this referral, he cites primarily to the dated 2023 CRA and numerous historic factors brought up in that CRA. And then he also brings up the point that there's also evidence that more recently Mr. Johnson has engaged in rule circumvention, which may I want to start by pointing out that this was largely addressed at his previous hearing in 2023, and I'm quoting from the decision in that hearing when Commissioner Chappelle said, I'm sorry, we talked about your misconduct during your incarceration, and once again, you were upfront and honest. You did not try to minimize your behavior, and that demonstrates growth and maturity in your thinking. Commissioner Chappelle went on to say, the time you committed the crime, and even for a good portion of your incarceration, you were deeply entrenched in your criminal thinking. And I'm not saying today you're still deeply entrenched in that criminal thinking. You've shown a lot of improvement, which I think is key. That panel's primary concern was that Mr. Johnson was focusing too much on education and had not done sufficient programming in the area of criminal thinking. His hearing was subsequently advanced, partially based on the fact that he had engaged in substantial criminal thinking programs since the 2023 hearing, and that issue was addressed squarely at the more recent 2025 hearing. To quote the commissioner, you had maladaptive personality states, including antisocial attitudes, irresponsibility, impulsivity, all of which played a role in your violent behavior. What we heard today was very important with regard to that last point. You did a tremendous job of addressing these issues. You talked about the 3 R's, which we really appreciated. You gave a concrete example of how you use that technique. Just one example of how he now has internalized his criminal thinking program, has adopted positive coping skills. To conclude, the commissioner stated, your pivot has been strong. You've turned into an academic, an avid learner. You've exercised the discipline to become a good student. You've grown and matured to the point that this panel believes you are suitable for a grant of parole today. And that is the key point. Although
Your
his
2
change
minutes
is
have
relatively
elapsed.
recent,
Please conclude your statement.
it has been very sincere, substantial, and therefore supports the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ricky Black. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you are appearing via phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Ricky Black, and I wanted to speak on Silas Johnson's behalf. I was incarcerated with him from February 2023 until my release, which was August 2nd of this year. Mr. Johnson, at my arrival in Centinela, was one of the first inmates that greeted me. He got me involved with the college program through IBC College. He also helped me get involved with the self-help community there and the lifer community. And he was a big help for me in my journey and my recovery and my change. I know him to be a valuable community member there in Centinela State Prison, and I know he'd be a valuable community member here in the outside world. I'm at Mass Liberations Transitional Housing currently, and if Mr. Silas Johnson is found suitable, I'll be here to help him transition back into the community. I have a car. I'll be able to give him a ride to and from appointments. I can help him with any groups that he needs to get involved with, any employment opportunities that he has. I can help him with that, and just overall help him in his transition here. With that said, thank all of you and wish you guys all a happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Trevalova. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button at the top of your screen. Please press *6 if you are appearing via phone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teresa Trevalova. I'm an assistant professor of criminal justice at San Diego State University, and I have worked with Mr. Johnson since 2023 when he enrolled as an undergraduate student in SDSU's program at Centinela State Prison. I work with a lot of justice-involved students, and I'm careful in how I assess their growth. What distinguishes Mr. Johnson is not just his participation, but sustained change over time. I have observed development in emotional regulation, willingness to accept feedback, and face barriers. When he is challenged academically, he doesn't become defensive. Instead, he reflects and incorporates criticism productively. This pattern has been consistent. His academic interests are focused on rehabilitation. If granted parole, Mr. Johnson has expressed interest in pursuing a master's degree at my department at SDSU, which I and other colleagues are deeply supportive of. These future plans demonstrate the intention of giving back to the community, as was noted. Mr. Johnson has a strong support network, as we have seen here. He will be supported by SDSU's Project Rebound, by SDSU faculty and staff, and by a community of formerly incarcerated VISTA students who have successfully transitioned to campus and are doing well academically and professionally. This is a stable pro-social network that provides accountability and structure. This past Friday, he again excelled and demonstrated his commitment to education as he provided insights to the third SDSU VISTA cohort in Centinela. Based on my sustained interaction with him, I do not observe impulsive, manipulative, or avoidant behaviors. I see someone who has internalized change and is prepared for a structured re-entry. I would be comfortable supporting Mr. Johnson in an academic and professional capacity upon his release. I offer this statement with full awareness of its seriousness, and I respectfully, strongly support his release on parole. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Mastursky. If you're appearing via Microsoft Teams, please press the the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you're appearing via phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. I can see you, but I can't hear you. And it looks like I can't hear you. Oh, I hear something. Did that work? Nope, it did not work. At the top of your screen where it says microphone, there might be a little drop-down arrow where you can change which microphone is your active microphone if you're using a docking station.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. I apologize about that.
All good.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'll go ahead and resume my time here. Good morning to everyone present, both online and in person. My name is Stephanie Meisterski. I'm a survivor of domestic violence, extreme substance abuse, being molested, homeless, and am formerly incarcerated myself. I served 3.5 years with CDCR, but today I'm a certified VOD victim offender dialogue trainer through the Restorative Justice Mediation Program. This is something Silas is eligible for upon release. I understand the firsthand importance of policies that ensure compliance, safety, dignity, and care for everyone impacted, especially since I was also once a perpetrator of violence. I currently serve as the outreach coordinator for Project Rebound at San Diego State University, of which Silas Johnson has full support with. Project Rebound is founded by an incarcerated person for formerly incarcerated individuals. And the reason I give this large backstory is because these are the truths of what is, oops, is that my timer?
No, you're good.
Sorry about that. Okay, about what is the truth when Silas is released. I first learned about him 2.5 years ago upon the VISTA program when I went to research the author of the work that I was studying. This happened to be Silas, but I couldn't find much information at the first time because he was still incarcerated. What stood out to me was his intellectual depth and commitment to learning. At Project Rebound, we see individuals like Silas not as risks, but assets to our community. Our program's data shows recidivism rates of less than 3% among students who pursue higher education. Silas Johnson's represents why access to education, opportunity, and second chances matter, not just for the individuals themselves, but for the victims and the communities alike. I would also be willing to provide program data if requested. Thank you so much. And the last thing I would like to comment on is that if CDCR and the mission of parole is dedicated to public safety and rehabilitation as the mission, then education and individuals like Silas Johnson are the evidence. Thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Silas Johnson.
Thank you, moderator. We'll now take speakers in opposition to Mr. Johnson.
We do have a speaker in opposition of Silas Johnson, Marcia Daniel. Please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button on Microsoft Teams if you're appearing on Teams, or press *6 on your telephone if appearing by phone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. Again, I am Marcia Daniel. I am a Deputy District Attorney with the County of Los Angeles, and I attended the hearing for Mr. Johnson. Along with 2 other men, Silas Johnson robbed a marijuana dealer. Johnson pointed a gun at the dealer's head while the co-perpetrator pointed a gun at his girlfriend. They took cash and 11 firearms. Before fleeing, they bound the victim with duct tape. Approximately 5 weeks later, he was hanging out at an informal gathering of fellow gang members and associates in a neighborhood they thought they owned. Dwayne Earls had the misfortune of driving near this gathering on his way to visit his child in a nearby apartment. Silas Johnson confronted the victim, and despite being advised by others in his gang that he, the victim, was cool, he callously shot him to death for no reason whatsoever. The psychologist who evaluated him for his CRA rated him as a higher moderate risk for violence. His antisocial behavior extended well into his years of incarceration. His gang involvement extended to 2020. He was circumventing restitution in 2022 and 2023, further evidence of gang involvement and criminal thinking. He recycled his parole plans and relapse plans from 2023 at his 2025 hearing without updating them, despite the fact that some of his support people were no longer in his life. His acceptance letters for transitional housing were outdated. Now, while he has participated in a significant amount of programming between 2023 and 2025, however, the short amount of time spent programming, in contrast to the recency of his participation in criminal conduct and his extensive period of antisocial and violent behavior, does not demonstrate the necessary stability to be deemed rehabilitated. So while we acknowledge the progress that he has made, We believe that he therefore,
Your 2
based
minutes have
on
elapsed.
what
Please conclude your statement.
we believe he therefore presents a current risk of dangerousness to society, and his grant should be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in opposition of Silas Johnson.
Thank you. Before moving to the next case, we are going to take a 10-minute break. The time is 10:41. We will return at approximately 10:51.
Great job, Michelle. You haven't even missed one. I did miss one. Did you? I missed one. The very first one. And Emily said, "Aren't you supposed to be the timer?"
Now try.
Moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. So I guess this one's not good enough. We have to have both of them.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Oh, perfect.
And we will pick up where we left off. I've been informed that I'm late. Getting back, shame on me. And the next case is Thomas Martinez v. 63638, item 19. Please call for speakers in support of Mr. Martinez.
We do not have any speakers in support of Thomas Martinez.
Then please go to speakers in opposition of Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have speakers in opposition of Thomas Martinez. Jennifer Carvalho is appearing in person. Please make your way up to the podium and unmute the microphone in front of you. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Is it on?
Is there a green light on the?
My name is Jennifer. I'm the victim of a violent rape that occurred on June 9th, 2002 at the hands of Thomas Martinez. This was a premeditated attack on me. He thought I wouldn't say anything because his wife was my best friend. I'm here today to remind you how maniacal, violent, and dangerous Mr. Martinez is. You don't know Thomas, but I do. You don't know how dangerous he is. None of you know how scared I was the night he put a knife to my throat and raped me while my baby was asleep in the next room. None of you will ever know what it's like to have to stifle your screams so your son wouldn't wake up to his mommy being raped with a knife at her throat. I am here to tell you who Thomas really is. Mr. Martinez is a master manipulator of women. He has admitted to taking advantage of women for his own personal pleasure. He has been a drug addict for 40 plus years. He has committed crimes since he was a young teenager, and the escalation of his crimes is why I'm here today. Thomas has zero history of being a respectful or responsible member of society. He does, however, have a history of extreme violence against women, including domestic violence against his own wife, along with the rape of her best friend, me, and the other victim in this case. If released from this life sentence, I am certain that this behavior will continue and his next victim will not live to tell her story. In the 23 years he has been in prison, he has committed crimes thinking he is above the law. He made zero attempt to rehabilitate himself until the elder parole law came to be. Does that seem like a man who is remorseful and strives to be a better person? No. Anyone can read a book on rehabilitation and recite passages to make himself look good in front of people who will benefit him, which is exactly what he did at the initial hearing. This is classic Tommy behavior, trying to manipulate his way to freedom.
You do not know this man, but I do. I am suffering daily at the thought of his release. I am in fear of my life. Releasing Thomas at this time will not only be a risk to me, but all women in the community. What would you do if this was your daughter standing before you saying these words? Do not set this man free. It is too soon for a consideration of release. Please, I beg of you, hear me when I say this man is a monster. I have lost a lot due to this vicious attack, but what I haven't lost is my fight for justice. I was lucky enough to survive. His next victim will not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan McDonald. Please unmute yourself on Microsoft Teams by pressing the microphone button. If you are appearing via telephone, please press *6 to unmute your microphone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Working as a paralegal in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Post-Conviction Unit is one of the more progressive roles at a DA's office, and it's given me a good sense of a person's rehabilitation and readiness to enter society. This is not one of those cases, and I was shocked when Thomas Martinez was granted parole at his first parole hearing after committing 2 acts of sexual violence against 2 women, a betrayal of their familial and friendly relationships. Martinez continued to engage in substance abuse throughout his incarceration, which had a strong nexus to his crime, and while he was in custody, and he also engaged in restitution circumvention until he became parole eligible via the Elder Parole Program in 2022. Despite his sentence of 56 years to life, Martinez was granted parole at his first parole hearing after being incarcerated for about 23 years, which is less than half of his sentence. The psychologist who evaluated Martinez determined his risk to public safety to be moderate, and he was diagnosed as having antisocial personality disorder and noted that he meets the criteria for paraphilic sexual disorder. And as a California resident myself, I would feel more comfortable if Martinez demonstrated he is capable of staying sober for a long period of time after over 40 years of substance abuse before being released from custody. A letter from his support system, his aunt, who he plans to live with, demonstrates alarming minimizing. She states that there are so many others getting out for worse than he did. And for all of these reasons, I believe his grant of parole should be revoked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Kingsbury. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you are appearing by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning. My name is Erin Kingsbury. I'm a Deputy District Attorney in Alameda County. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today in support of the victims and for the safety of our community. Mr. Martinez poses an unreasonable risk to the public, and we request that he be revoked his parole grant. I was present at the hearing, and I heard all the statements by Mr. Martinez as well as by the victim, and he is not suitable at this time, his first hearing. He does not have a track record that this board can rely on to show that what he is saying is not just manipulation of the system. Mr. Martinez lived with a criminal mindset for decades. He describes himself as opportunistic and selfish, making sure his desires are met regardless of the consequences. His testimony at the hearing indicated that he believes he was primarily driven by heavy use of drugs and alcohol from a young age. But he simplifies this connection between his crimes and that drug and alcohol use. He seems to believe, and it's apparent in his testimony, that as long as drugs and alcohol aren't in his life, everything will fall into place. And this grossly underestimates the social pressures that he will face, as well as the availability of all of these resources outside if he is granted parole. His initial insight is important, but it's very far away from a deeper understanding of the connections between the pressure of employment, housing, sex offender requirements, social judgment, and how they will manifest in unhealthy and criminal violent coping mechanisms. At his initial hearing, Mr. Martinez had just begun an anger management class, and he hadn't completed his sex offender therapy. So it is impossible to say under any circumstances that he has a deep understanding and has had true reflection of the roots of his criminal behavior and how they relate to his violent sexual behavior when he hasn't even completed his initial education. Mr. Martinez's parole plans, particularly involving relapse prevention and sex offender limitations, are inadequate. He intends to seek employment as a drug and alcohol counselor, but Mr. Martinez, by his own admission, who was an addict for decades,
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
He cannot have people in his life and that there will be victims if there's alcohol or drugs around him. It's unsafe to release him at this stage when he clearly poses a significant risk to the members of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Thomas Martinez.
Thank you, moderator. The next case is Aaron McCoy, MCCOY, D number 61772, item 20 on today's agenda. Please call for speakers in support.
Chairperson, there are no speakers signed up to speak in support or opposition for Aaron McCoy.
Thank you. The next case is then Jovan Smith, SMITH, G 66774, item 21. Moderator, please call speakers in support of Mr. Smith.
Chairperson, there are speakers in support for Jovan Smith. Our first speaker is Fiona Morford. If you are using Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you're joining us by telephone, please press *6 to unmute your telephone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Fiona Morford. I am a post-conviction law clerk with the Solano County Alternate Defender's Office. The Governor's Office asked the board to evaluate Mr. Smith's parole plans, relapse prevention plans in particular, and the strengths of his social supports. First, Mr. Smith's relapse prevention plans. In his decision, Commissioner Muniz noted how Mr. Smith submitted relapse prevention plans on several topics, including domestic violence and substance use. Commissioner Muniz went on to note and agree with the essay Mr. Smith wrote, relapse is a process, not an event. This essay and his other writings show that Mr. Smith has engaged with and understands how relapse happened, and that he has the tools and skills to recognize the danger of a potential relapse and knows how to react to ensure that he doesn't. Commissioners even noted how Mr. Smith has upgraded vocationally through his completion of vocational programming, including construction, plumbing, and carpentry courses. Mr. Smith has set himself up well to be able to get a job upon release, which is incredibly beneficial to relapse prevention. Moving on to release plans and social supports, Commissioner Muniz noted that Mr. Smith, and I quote, gave us way more than the average person would. The commissioners may note that Mr. Smith provided several reentry support organizations where he can reside if needed upon release. Not only do they provide housing, but these organizations offer support and services vital to successful reentry. Mr. Smith does not only have the support of these organizations, though. As Commissioner Muniz noted, Mr. Smith received letters of support from 15 individuals, including family, friends, teachers, and faith leaders. I'll end with Commissioner Muniz's own words. Mr. Smith appears to be well supported and have great plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suni Joseph. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're appearing by phone, please press *6 to unmute your telephone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sunil Joseph, and I'm a facilitator for the GRIP Institute and also the Transformative Justice's Family Reunification Program. Guiding Rage into Power, or GRIP, is a comprehensive year-long offender accountability program. It requires participants to engage in deep self-inquiry and healing, examining the very roots of their harmful behavior. Jovan Smith was selected for GRIP in 2023 because he demonstrated motivation and the capacity for genuine transformation. He completed the program successfully in July 2024, fulfilling all the requirements. In the program, Mr. Smith examined his commitment offense in detail, identifying exactly which behavioral factors led to his crime. He engaged authentically with stopping and transforming violence, developing emotional intelligence, cultivating mindfulness, and understanding victim impact. What's significant about Mr. Smith's continued commitment after graduation is that he's been regularly attending alumni groups where GRIP graduates continue deepening their accountability, rehabilitation, and healing. This ongoing engagement isn't required, it's voluntary. In these sessions, I've witnessed his sincerity and heartfelt sharing firsthand. His authenticity and genuine commitment to his transformation are what moved me to support his parole today. The person sitting before you today has done the internal work necessary to understand what led him to harm others and has developed the tools to ensure it never happens again. I support Mr. Smith's parole. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lyrica Thompson. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're appearing via video, please press *6 to unmute your telephone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Lyrica Thompson, and I take this honor to speaking on Javon's behalf today. I've known him since childhood. We've grown up around each other and gone to the same schools. I have been by his side since day one. He has grown from a boy to a man. He was a child when he was convicted and been serving as an adult. During his 18 years in prison, he has truly rehabilitated himself by completing over 20 programs and trade trainings to educate and contribute to his mental and emotional well-being, while also confining in a counselor, working closely on anger management, and properly handling situations, creating healthy habits and risk factors. He has since supported his peers and becoming an ally while incarcerated, and also earning the trust of the staff. He may have been charged with a violent crime, but has become a positive and knowledgeable man of God that has learned from his childhood mistakes and plan to live out the rest of his life to rising and flourishing into the expectations of the law by also his friends and family that have been a beaming support system for him. I just want to bring the man that he has become home today and trust that the kid that was charged with these crimes have been left, with the justice system, that it does best by giving criminals a place to redeem themselves from making terrible decisions, allowing these men to grow and advance and mature, and also maintain on a straight and narrow with all the support and recovering that has been provided with the men and women that works closely with these men. He has been in prison longer than he's been alive. He went in at 16, and he is now 35. Let's not keep holding the past against him, but instead focus on the present and future.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Javon Smith.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, moderator. We will now move to opposition.
We do have a speaker in opposition, Diane Davis. If you're appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button, or unmute yourself by pressing *6 if appearing via telephone. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I apologize. I filled out my speaker card incorrectly, and I am here in support of Javon Smith. May I continue?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Diane Davis, and I am a forensic social worker. I was retained to write Javon Smith Franklin report in 2021, and I'm eager to encourage you to uphold his suitability finding today. The board is aware of the complexities of Mr. Smith's conviction that are outlined in the published opinion by the Ninth Circuit. The governor's office noted concerns about a history of unhealthy dating relationships. For clarification, Mr. Smith was involved in a single incident of violence with a girlfriend at his non-public high school when he was just 16 years of age. The context of this event was detailed in the Franklin report, as well as Mr. Smith being questioned about this both at his CRA interview and during his parole hearing. The parole transcript details remorse, programming related to domestic violence, relapse prevention plans, and insight into healthy relationships. Most notably, Mr. Smith has been incarcerated for 18 years, and he has no disciplinary history related to community safety concerns. No fighting, no drugs, no gang activity. In a highly charged environment of incarceration, Mr. Smith has gotten along well with both peers and correctional staff, as indicated by many laudatory chronos. This bodes well in community safety assessments. Mr. Smith has done everything asked of him, utilizing CDCR opportunities for growth and development. He received his GED, he consistently programmed, he has tremendous vocational skills, and a support system ready to receive him home. Not only is Mr. Smith not a danger to society, but he will be an asset to his community. Mr. Smith values peace, and he deserves to be
Your 2 minutes
released.
have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Please uphold the suitability finding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Javon Smith.
Very good. We're nearing the end of today's agenda. There will be an opportunity for people to comment on any of the cases on today's agenda after the remaining case, but you must be on the speakers list. You can submit a speaker card available on the board's website under the tab called Board Meetings and the link called Meeting Agendas. Alternatively, you can call area code 916-267-0857 and provide your information in the case you would like to speak on. The last case of the day is Robert Young, E79900, item 22 on today's agenda. Moderator, please call for speakers in support of Mr. Young.
Yes, we do have speakers in support of Robert Young. If you have signed up to speak in support of Robert Young, please raise your hand on Microsoft Teams and press *5 so we may enable your microphone. Our first speaker is Lisa Young, who is appearing in person. Please make your way to the podium and unmute the microphone in front of you. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
They will post the results either today at the end of the day or tomorrow morning.
Good morning, you guys. My name is Lisa Hill Young. I'm the wife of Robert Young. We've been known each other since 1981. We've been together for the last 11 years. We've been married 4 years. He knows he got more years behind him than he does ahead of him. But Robert knows the severity of his actions, and I spend a lot of time with Robert, and he is not the same guy he was in 1989. He uses the tools to stay rehabilitated, and he does regret his actions and very remorseful. I've been supporting Robert for the last 11 years, financially, emotionally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. I've been a security guard for the last 8 years. I've also did 6.5 years at Cecilia Way Foundation, a halfway house that we house 32 lifers in 290 cases. So I have the support and the resources and the tools to support Robert. I have a 2-bedroom home. I have a car for him to get around when he gets his license. Yeah, and if he's going to parole today, he has the support he needs. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next listed speaker is Carla Edwards. If you are appearing via video, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're on the phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Carla Edwards, are you with us? right. Our next speaker is going to be Victoria Allen. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're appearing via video, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Robert Young. Robert and I have known each other for 27 years. I met him while I was a graduate student at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. I began visiting him when he was in San Quentin, writing and talking on the phone whenever possible. I've always been impressed by Robert's generosity of spirit. He has consistently shown care and concern for myself, my friends, and my family. He has continually expressed his desire to mentor the youth in the community by sharing the knowledge and wisdom he has gained since being incarcerated at such a young age. He has often shared with me ideas for youth programs that he would like to initiate once he is released. Over the years, I have seen Robert mature and become increasingly settled within himself. I have witnessed his patience with and acceptance of his seemingly dire circumstances. He has taken responsibility for the poor decisions he made, which resulted in his incarceration. He regrets his actions as a young man and seeks to atone for said actions by being of service to his community. He is committed to doing whatever he can to prevent at-risk youth from ending up in prison. If Robert is granted parole, I will be here for him as a support person. Retired from owning a small landscape company, and I'm available to coach Robert on getting started in this field or any other business that he may desire to do. I will encourage him as he adjusts to life outside of prison. There will be many decisions to make, and I will assist him in making good decisions should he ask me. I'm committed to helping Robert succeed in his new life.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please
good.
conclude your statement. Thank you.
I'm fortunate to know Robert. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wes Van Winkle. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please press the microphone button at the top of your screen. If you are appearing via phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Wes Van Winkle, are you with us? All right, our next speaker is Katie Gilbert. If you are appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're appearing via phone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, Commissioner. Rob Young grew up in Oakland as crime skyrocketed from the crack epidemic. Oakland lost 12,000 jobs, only 12 retailers remained in the city. Rob's neighborhood was run by gangs and locally famous drug dealers. The murder rate was 2 times higher than San Francisco and New York. Rob lived in this impaired reality with a further limitation. He had an intellectual disability that left him functioning as a 9-year-old. He couldn't read past the 2nd grade or see past this tragic bubble. He started working for the biggest local employer, a drug dealer. He had a hard time counting money, and he learned to compensate with fishing. This led him to horribly take 3 lives. Rob then entered the next doom and gloom of death row at age 22. Executions were reinstated 10 years into his time there. He heard 13 men get executed as he waited his turn. In his 20 years on death row, he had no access to self-help, but he made the decision to educate himself, process the horrific gravity of his crimes, and nurture positive relationships. Once he got resentenced to LWOP, he soaked up the self-help. Once he got resentenced to the possibility of parole, he followed every BPH recommendation, including requesting ISU to investigate his disassociation. It has been a justifiably long, hard-earned, and emotionally painful road. But the 20-year-old running around a crime zone with a 9-year-old's brain and a gun is gone but not forgotten. 57-year-old Rob has lived his 18-page relapse plans consistently for 15 years. The panel questioned him on his coping skills to their satisfaction. Rob was intrinsically motivated to change, and once given opportunity, he thrived. He will bring that same spirit to his reentry, his family, and the nonprofit that he founded with his daughter. Please uphold the grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to revisit and call on Carla Edwards. If you are here with us, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you are via telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Carla Edwards, are you with us? All right, I will move on to Wes Van Winkle one more time. If you're appearing via Microsoft Teams, please unmute yourself by pressing the microphone button. If you're appearing via telephone, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Wes Van Winkle, are you with us? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support for Robert Young.
Thank you, moderator. Now move to opposition, Robert Young.
Chairperson, there are no speakers in opposition of Robert Young.
Thank you. On behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone for participating in today's hearing. We will recess the open session of the December Executive Board meeting at this time. We will return briefly following closed session to adjourn today's meeting. Well, at least we know I can still Well, it is just briefly. It's not over, you know, I told my kids. I always tell the kids, you know, here's a slip, you gotta tell me. Yeah, you gotta tell me. Well, you know how people don't want to tell you.
Yeah.
Are these also Zen's gift? Are these them?
This, yeah, that bag, huh?
Okay, I'm gonna give this to Anna. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, Ya somos dos. Yo me la makeup and like, todo era. You look like you've been sick, like your eyes look así, todavía andas. ¿Y así te fui a trabajar? I called out on Tuesday last week. Oh, you did? Yeah. So it's not bad. I get off at 9:30 today. Yeah. A las 4. So it's a short day today, so it's not bad. But took and then yesterday I got off at 10, the day before 11 p.m. Because I work Sundays now. Sale el friazo. Yeah, y es lo que me puse, me ando my stuff jacket, but still, it's just the weather. Everybody's. Just allowed. No me pudiste haber caído en un mismo tiempo. Quizás también empezamos también o algo, dije yo. Imagínate, dije también. We're fucking over here dying. Yeah. I was gonna do it too. I was gonna message you, pero con tanta cosa que it just that I've been having it. So tell the doctor entonces. Yeah. Because dijo que él puede entregar ese trabajo. Something like that. They can look like that. It should be okay. Huh? What if the doctor says, oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, because then he's like, because I don't want him to go back to work. Yeah, he needs to para recuperarse. Ajá. He needs to para recuperarse y todo. Yeah. Así que le diga sus tiempos por lo que sea que es necesario que diga así para que tenga su en su trabajo sepa, ¿no? Sí, que está malo.
I know you got all the goods. Eso sí, I know you got all the goods. Okay, good afternoon. The time is, there's a glare there, 2:03 p.m. The December 2025 Board of Parole Hearings Executive Board meeting is now reconvened. During closed session, the board made decisions on cases noticed on today's calendar. Board staff will post the decision in the lobby of the board's headquarters at 1515 K Street in Sacramento and on the board's website within 24 hours. On behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone for being here. The December 2025 Executive Board meeting, the last of the year, is now adjourned.
It's a wrap.